Test, microphone check. I am loud.
Welcome, Victoria, to Roller Derby. You are here for our last doubleheader of the season. Before we start off, the Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Tsuk, Pachidat, and the Kwangin people, also known as the Esquimalt and Songhees nations, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. We, as guests, recognize the importance of their ongoing relationship with the land that continues to this day. A few local organizations you can support are the Victoria Native Friendship Center, Indigenous Perspective Society, and Raven, Respecting Aboriginal Values and Environmental Needs. And now for our teams.
We'd like to welcome Vancouver Junior Roller Derby coming over to skate against our juniors. We got number 01, Cleopatia. Number 2, Pinky. Number 8, Maniac. Number 13, Scarmander. Number 16, Azka Jam. Number 187, Slam Shady. Number 42, Blitz. Number 56, Darby Dash. And number 77, Mad Max. Your captain is Maniac, and on your bench you've got Jabba the Butt, Golden Eagle, Izzy Dead, Queen of Chess, and Scarmander.
Here come your rotten apples. Number 007, Tuffy. 033, Poison Dart Frog. 102, Pearl Jam. 11, Cinderella. 123, Maggie Mayhem. 14, Kitty Catapult. 202, Lethally Blonde. 504, Slam Solo. 555, Chaos. 64, Bleeding Gonzalez. 789, Spitfire. 8, Scream Soda. 99, Loco Coco. Captaining this game is Tuffy. Your bench coaches, Kamikaze K, Terminator, Black Eye Suze, and Sam Squatch. Let's hear it for the Rotten Apples. We're just under 2 minutes till Derby. Our skating officials for this game are going to be Hunky Dorky, Ohms Lawbringer, Antique Smoke Show, Pussycat, Ruby Refhauser, Bobby Flair, Honey Kruller, and Rolando Furioso. That rolling whistle sends everybody into position. We're going to start our first jam with Captain 08 Maniac from Vancouver Junior Roller Derby and 08, well, there's no 0 on it, but they're both 8. Scream Soda is going to start out as the jammer for the Rotten Apples. I got you 08. Lead goes to Rotten Apples, Scream Soda. Not far behind is Maniac. Scream Soda calls that off. Scream Soda first to get into the pack. Maniac, though, with those apples at the back of the pack, picks up points as well. We get 1 point to the Rotten Apples. There we go, 4 to Junior, Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. That looks like Darby Dash jamming for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Our Captain Tuffy for the Rotten Apples. Tuffy squeaks through at the front on turn 2. Darby Dash stuck in the pack. There's a hit to the inside. That's going to recycle Tuffy to the back of the pack. Tuffy, your only jammer, earning points at the moment. 4 points go to the Rotten Apples. Darby Dash working on their initial pass. They still have Spitfire to get around on the inside. Poison Dart Frog and Pearl Jammer form at the front as Tuffy gets ahead back at the jammer line. That puts another 4 points on the board for the Rotten Apples. And that's initial pass completed by Darby Dash. Both jammers now able to earn points. Tuffy with a hit to the outside calls that jam off with another 4 points, Rotten Apples. That's Mad Max jamming for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. We've got Bleedy Gonzalez on the track with the star for the Rotten Apples. At the front of the pack is Mad Max. There's our first lead for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Referee Ruby Refhauser is sending out a cut track call to Bleedy Gonzalez. This is a power jam now for Mad Max, already holding 4 points for Vancouver. Pack gets spread wide. In with the hit at the last moment, that was number 1-1, Cinderella. That earns Cinderella a high block. They'll head to the penalty box. That lets Mad Max through with another 4 points, VJRD. Skaters repositioning themselves on the track. A slide around the outside. That's 4 points for Mad Max. And we do have Bleedy Gonzalez back on the track at the apex. Bleedy working on their initial pass still. And that's initial completed for Bleedy Gonzalez as Mad Max comes in looking for some more points. Penalty box empty with Cinderella back on the track.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all our outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them through the game, consider if you too would like to join and help keep us rolling through 2025. Contact eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
We've got the 8s facing off against each other one more time. This is 08 Maniac, the captain from VJRD, jamming against 8 Scream Soda. This time, Maniac takes the lead. Scream Soda chasing that down. Maniac calls that off before any points get lost.
Talking about those sponsors, the Zone at 91.3, proud sponsor of the EOD. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria.
Number 08, Maniac, taking another run at it for VJRD. Kitty Catapult out for their first time jamming this game. Kitty steps through with lead for the Rotten Apples. Pack is tight at turn 1 as Maniac gets out of the pack. Kitty stepping to the inside, calls off that jam before giving Vancouver any points, takes 3 for themselves.
With salt chuck pies, don't be shy, say hello to pie.
Lift it some and kind of keep away from this. Pinky out as your jammer. 0-2. They're skating against number 1-1. That is your lead jammer this jam, Cinderella. Pinky hit at turn 2 by Bleedy Gonzalez, taken to the outside. 4 points for the Rotten Apples as Cinderella comes through. Cinderella on a second scoring pass. Pinky with the helmet cover in hand, moving to the back of the pack. Cinderella through with 4 more. Successful star pass to Mad Max 7-7.
Those salt chuck pies, grab yourself a pie. There's one on the way home on Bay Street or right here at their booth. I just had one, it's delicious.
Only jammer on the track right now is 033 Poison Dart Frog. Power jam in flavor of the Rotten Apples as Mad Max sits in the penalty box. Poison Dart Frog through with lead. Both teams moving fast at turn 3. Number 4-2 with an attempt to hit the outside. Poison Dart Frog with some lateral movement. Through with 4 points, Rotten Apples. Meanwhile, Mad Max back out from the penalty box. Hands the star to their pivot. Active jammer for Vancouver now, Darby Dash. Poison Dart Frog at the front of the pack. Darby Dash moving on the outside. And that's through with points for Vancouver.
The ramp is open at Influence Board Shop with 3 locations in Victoria. Roll in and shop for all your skate needs.
08, captain for Vancouver with the star on in blue, jamming for Vancouver. 1-4, our jammer for Victoria. This is Kitty Catapult. Kitty through with lead. Maniac halfway behind. Initial pass completed for Vancouver. A duck around the outside by Kitty Catapult gets them by their own skaters. Call off toward the front of the pack. 1 point Apples.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew, just like Pussycat or Dee Spencer.
This is a team timeout for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Has anybody down there had a chance to check out our vendors? I had some pie earlier. I suggest you try that out. You can take home your own derby souvenir from any of the craft tables over in our vendor area.
A new addition to our vendors today is Hazel's Ice Cream. They're down there with that cute little bike cart. I would get some ice cream before they run out, because everybody loves an ice cream. That ends our team timeout. We're ready here, going into Jam 8. For the Apples, we've got 8 skating. For the Vancouver Junior, you got number 56 on the jam line. And we're off. Well, we got Apples take lead. Number 8 out front of the pack, 56 fighting in the middle and right behind them. Coming to the pack here, we got number 8. Straight through the pack, nice and clean pass there. Barely touched any of those blockers, well done. Completing their initial pass now, we've got number 56 for the Vancouver Juniors, coming in fast. And another beautiful pass by Scream Soda there, keeping it running, and a call up.
.08 is Maniac, 007 is Tuffy. Both of those jammers are captains. Your lead this jam goes to Maniac. That's the 3rd lead for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby and the 2nd one for Maniac. Tuffy through with their initial pass. Maniac picks up their 4 points, calls off the jam.
We've got an 11-point game here, folks. We got 44 for the Eves of Destruction, 33 for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Setting up here for Jam 10. Your jammer for the Apples is number 64. Jamming for Vancouver, we've got number 02.
Vancouver uses a star pass right off the jam line. That's Darby dash through the pack first, but they cannot be lead because the star came off one helmet and onto another. Bleedy's still in the pack looking to get lead as Pinky comes in, already scoring points. That's not Pinky jamming anymore, though, since the star pass. That's actually Darby Dash. Bleedy Gonzalez through, initial pass for them. Both jammers now picking up points. Bleedy hit to the outside. Darby Dash steps through over Chaos at the front of the pack. 4 points, Vancouver Junior Roller Derby.
The straight and narrow Pacific Coast cocktails. At the end of every adventure, the greatest reward is a refreshing beverage with friends, both old and new. Try one in our beverage garden.
This is the first visit to the jam line for Cleopacia 01 from Vancouver Roller Derby. Hit to the inside by Slam Solo. Jamming for the Rotten Apples is 1-1. Thank you to our paramedics. We will get back to gameplay as soon as the teams are prepared.
Artsy eyewear for all ages, anything but ordinary.
Dash, I heard something about one of our audience members.
Oh, what did you hear?
There's a secret birthday out there.
We have a secret birthday in our audience? Who is it?
Well, their birthday isn't until tomorrow. That's how it's a secret.
Oh, that's very secret.
Happy birthday, Tidal Wade.
Happy birthday, Tidal Wade.
We're back for our 13th jam. We've got Mad Max at the back of the pack, but Kitty Catapult through with lead, Rotten Apples. Mad Max with 2 to beat at the apex. Also through, initial pass from Mad Max as Kitty comes around the outside, takes all 4 points and calls the jam.
Bring home a roller derby souvenir. You'll find vendor tables set up in the lobby. Your purchase today funds the roller derby travel of tomorrow.
Vancouver Junior Roller Derby captain number 08, Maniac, out on the track as jammer. They're jamming against Cinderella 1-1 in red. Maniac through the pack first. Lead goes to Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Cinderella drawn to the back by Mad Max. Scoring point, that's 4 points for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Right about the same time Cinderella gets through, Maniac calls the jam. Parkway Physiotherapy, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
We are lined up and ready on the jam line here. We got number 56, Darby Dash, again number 8, Scream Soda. It's our 5-second whistle. And we're on. We got Darby Dash hitting the front of the pack, but Scream Soda gets out lead. Jammer goes to Scream Soda. Darby Dash right behind. Blockers getting in position here. And we have a quick hit to the pack and a call off by Scream Soda, but not before Darby Dash picks up 4 points.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. Made by hand from scratch and in the venue tonight. Get yours before they sell out.
Jamming for the apples, we got your Captain Tuffy going up against the Captain 08 Maniac. Jams on, Tuffy hits the front of the pack and Tuffy's out for lead. Jammer, Maniac right ahead. We got a jammer race on our hands. And Tuffy calls it. Tuffy's like, I don't want to mess with that today.
Spinnaker's Brew Pub, making it local since 1984. Find them on Catherine Street in Esquimalt and here in our beverage garden.
Lined up on our jam line for this jam, we got number 77 for Vancouver. That is Mad Max going up against number 023. And Mad Max takes lead jammer for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Coming up against a pack here Apple's still waiting to make their first pass, and a lovely pass by Mad Max, hitting a couple jammers. Coming around now, got a bit of a jammer race here. Let's see what we do, and Mad Max gets a call off after taking 5 points. Holding our Apples at 0.
We're about to repeat just a few jams earlier where we've got our captains skating against each other. Tuffy in red, Maniac in blue. They're having a little chat at the jam line before it starts. Both teams with one blocker in the box. So it's an even start, but Tuffy takes the lead in that one. Maniac through at the front of the pack on their knees. That's an initial pass completed. As Kajam takes a seat in the penalty box. As Tuffy gets 4 points on the board for the Rotten Apples. Maniac through the pack, collecting 4 for Vancouver. Tuffy with an open inside line. That's 4 points for the Rotten Apples. Jam gets called off.
You can support our Rotten Apples Junior Roller Derby at their refreshment stand in the arena today. They've got some popcorn, drinks, candy, and more. Get over there and get some baked goods.
Our current score is still close. Vancouver Junior Roller Derby 56. Rotten Apples 64. And we've still got 10 minutes of gameplay. This jam, number 19, has Mad Max skating against Kitty Catapult. That was a false start warning for the Rotten Apples skater Coco Loco. Kitty Catapult through with lead for the Rotten Apples, but Mad Max not leaving a lot of space there. Penalty box empties out. Kitty calls the jam.
Popeyes Supplements, your #1 choice for any quality supplements. They are confident their staff can help you achieve your health and fitness goals. Stop by Popeyes and pick up what you need. Going into jam 19 here, we have number 77 back on the jam line. That is Mad Max up against number 64, Bleedy Gonzalez. And the whistle's off. Mad Max hitting the front of the pack, Bleedy in the back. And our blockers are locked down. Nice hit out there by number 11 from our Apples. And a cut call on Mad Max heading to the box. This is a power jam for the Rotten Apples. Bleedy in the front of the pack up against some hard blockers there, getting a little bit of offense from number 8, number Screen Soda. Bleedy pushing hard at the front. Oh, almost out, but just a little knockout there on the apex. Nice help from Scream Soda there, stopping a run back and supporting Bleedy. And we have a panty pass to Scream Soda. Your pivot is the jammer out in front. Just as Mad Max comes out of the box at the back of the pack here, fighting against some Apple Jockers. And another panty pass from the Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. This will be a 2-minute jam. We've got a couple panty passes. Jammers coming up around, about to hit the pack. And a lovely skate through by Scream Soda. Untouched by blockers. As Vancouver Junior gets recycled to the back of the pack there. And we're out. Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Derby Dash is out. Scoring some points. Scream Soda pushing through this pack here. Got a few seconds left on this jam. Gonna get as many points as they can. And that's the jam. Eves of Destruction coming out with the 12-point jam against Vancouver Junior, taking 5 in that last one.
Team timeout by the Rotten Apples. Cloverdale Paint, suppliers of the Eves of Destruction track tape and all your interior and exterior paint needs. Look at the great signaling from non-skating official punishment at the pivot line. They are clearly indicating a team timeout for the Rotten Apples.
I mean, they look
very official.
Thank you to our track team for keeping the tape safe and ready to go. We appreciate you, track team.
Darby Dash out as your jammer for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, steps through on the outside, takes a quick lead. Jamming for the Rotten Apples is Tuffy, number 007. Rotten Apples preparing at the back of the pack. They're set up on the apex. That gives Darby Dash an opportunity to jump the apex. Darby gets absorbed back into the pack, but that counts as the points. Through on their initial was Tuffy before the jam gets any points for the Apples. Vancouver calls it.
You could leave the arena richer than when you arrived. Our busy volunteers are selling 50-50 tickets throughout the arena. The more tickets you buy, the bigger the prize. Look for our 50-50 walking around.
That's Maniac this time for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, hit to the outside. They're the jammer. Jammer for a record as the lead this time. Kitty Catapult 1-4 for the Rotten Apples in red. Through for their initial pass is Maniac. Both jammers looking to get some points as they come through turn 2. Kitty in quick. Hands to hips, calls the jam. Bunny's Nook Kitchen on the corner of Esquimalt and Head Streets. Healthy and delicious food, art for the heart.
We are still sitting at a very close jam here. We are 77 for the Apples from the Eves of Destruction to 67 for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. That puts us at a 10-point jam with the Apples in the lead. A little bit of offense or defense off the line from the Vancouver Junior Jammer. And Apples take the lead. That's your jammer number 11, Cinderella, skating for the Apples. Your Vancouver Junior Roller Derby skater fighting it out in the front on their initial pass. Cinderella out for 4 points. A little bit of an apex jump there by your Vancouver Junior Roller Derby jammer, but unsuccessful. They'll recycle back. Trying again at the back of the pack. Cinderella knocked out by number 42 at the front, and they'll call it off.
Kickstart your roller skating adventures with Roll Right. Skaters develop the skills to excel in all disciplines of skating, including roller derby. Find them at rollright.org. These
juniors are working hard on this first half, folks. This has been a hard game. Lining up here, we have number 64, Bleedy Gonzalez, up against number 08, which is Maniac. Oh, and we've got Maniac out for lead, just barely. Bleedy Gonzalez right behind them. We've got a jammer race here, pack and moving fast around turn 3. Blockers setting up. And we've got, oh, a nice hit out on the inside by number 504, and the jam will be called.
Rollergirl.ca, Western Canada's top roller skate shop since 2003. Put some wheels on your feet. We have Darby Dash and Scream Soda as the two jammers. Scream with some defensive jamming at the beginning there pushes Darby Dash out of bounds. A hit to the inside doesn't slow down Scream. They are lead for this jam. Darby Dash out, not terribly far before. Both teams now looking to get into position as Scream Soda comes in looking for some points. Gets a whip off of Tuffy. Calls the jam just as Darby Dash gets to the back of the pack. We'll see if any points go up for Vancouver. Looks like 3 for Vancouver, 4 for I'm all wrong. That was 2 for Vancouver, 4 for the Rotten Apples.
Rollergirl.ca, Western Canada's top-selling roller skate shop since 2003. Put some wheels on your feet. Lining up for this jam, we got number 11, that's Cinderella, up against number 08, again, Maniac in the front of the pack. Oh, Maniac knocked to the inside on that first turn there. Cinderella pushing in the back against 4 very strong blockers. And Maniac takes lead, coming out of the pack and around the turn. We got some penalties called there, and Cinderella makes their initial pass, but not before Maniac can hit the back of the pack, taking some points. Fast moving pack around turn 4 here. We got Maniac hit to the inside, gives Cinderella a chance to get into the pack here. Pushing 4 VJRD Derby skaters up at the front. Those are some hard-looking walls up at the front there. Poor Cinderella. Beautiful knockout by Kitty Catapult on the inside there. Sending Maniac to the back of the pack on a recycle. And Maniac makes it out for their second pass. This is Cinderella looking for a little bit of offensive help here from their blockers, and a panty pass to Kitty Catapult. We've got a new jammer for the Apples. Maniac sees a panty pass and decides to call it off. That's enough of that.
Welcome to halftime, folks. This is your opportunity to refresh yourself at the beverage garden, find yourself a tasty snack, get yourself a souvenir. We're going to listen to some music, we're going to change benches, and we'll see you back here in 14 and a half minutes. Get those beverages and snacks and souvenirs and find your seats, folks. We are less than a minute till Derby.
We are still sitting at a very close game here, folks. We've got 94 for the Rotten Apples, 81 for the Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. I don't know about you, Gretel, but I myself am really excited to see what these people bring into the next game or next half.
It's a really intriguing point spread right now with Vancouver being so close to the Rotten Apples. In that first half, the Rotten Apples were lead twice as many times as Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, but the score shows Vancouver being much closer than halfway.
Guess that's just a testament to Vancouver Junior Roller Derby's toughness out there, keeping points on the board.
Both teams send their captains out to the jam line. That's Maniac for VJRD and Tuffy for the Apples. Tuffy currently in superior position at the front of the pack, but Maniac sees an opening, gets past Poison Dart Frog, takes lead for VJRD. Tuffy clears the front of the pack, both jammers on scoring passes. Maniac comes in hard at the back of Spitfire, number 789, calls that jam off as Tuffy hits the back of the pack. 1 point, JVRD.
A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Danny Boynton Photography, Baxter Cannon Photography, Adam Nagy, and Creative Miscellany. We all look forward to revisiting tonight's greatest hits through your work.
Darby Dash, number 5-6, taking on Scream Soda, number 8. Darby at the front. Scream sees an opening, but Darby was through first. Darby Dash, your lead for this jam. Defensive jamming from Dash as the straightaway. Scream returns the favor. Darby calls that off just as they pass one of the apples. Did they call it off too soon? Darby gets 2 points.
For a refreshing local soft drink, try Spinnaker's Sodas, available at their Catherine Street location and in the arena tonight at our beverage garden. Lining up here for the Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, we got the captain number 8 Maniac up against our apple number 504 Slam Solo.
Slam, one of our legacy skaters, Slam's mother, proudly in the audience, Cleopatra, who you've watched played for the Brawlers. We have lead gone right now to Maniac. That's 3 leads in a row for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Slam Solo drawn to the back of the pack, tiptoeing along the apex, looking to complete that initial pass. Maniac coming through for a scoring pass. 4 points, VJRD. Slam drawn to the back of the pack by Mad Max. Maniac comes in fast, gets a back block penalty for that. Turns this into a power jam in favor of Slam Solo. Slam getting some offensive help from Beatty Gonzalez, but hit to the inside by Vancouver Junior Roller Derby blocker. That was number 16, Kajam with that hit. Slam Solo recovered, makes it through around the track with initial pass completed. Rotten Apples offense lining up. Kitty Catapult leads it in, opens up that inside line. Slam through with 4 points for the Rotten Apples. Lead has been lost earlier in that jam with the penalty to Maniac. We have no lead. This jam has another 20 seconds to go. All skaters out of the penalty box. That contact moved Slam to the inside, recycles him to the back of the pack as Maniac is looking to pick up some points. 2 to beat at the front. Bleedy Gonzalez anchoring, sees the opening at the end and comes in with a hit for Maniac. Slam solo through with 4 points.
UsedVictoria.com, your local marketplace. Support local by searching for new and used items on UsedVictoria.com. Rentals, cars, boat, furniture, you'll find it on Used.
And this is an official timeout. Fast and easy official timeout there. All skaters back on the track. We're starting with Kitty Catapult in the penalty box for the Rotten Apples. Poison Dart Frog out jamming against Mad Max. Little defensive jamming there with Mad Max. A short little hit to the inside against Poison Dart Frog. Poison Dart Frog recovers from that and takes the Apples' first lead of this second half. Mad Max finds an opening on the inside at turn 2. Initial pass completed for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Poison Dart Frog jumping around the outside. Cutting penalty takes number 4-2 to the penalty box from VJRG. 7-7 takes 4 points. Poison Dart Frog collects 4 and calls the jam.
Visit Hazel's Ice Cream. They make hand-dipped ice cream bars that are dipped in Belgian chocolate. That sounds delicious. I'm going to get one after this. Lining up on our jammer line, we've got number 007, Tuffy from the Rotten Apples, up against number 08, Maniac, captain of the Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. And we're off. Tuffy hits the front of the pack, knocking blockers down. We got a hard pack here, though, and we've got Jammer race for lead, and Maniac comes out with lead Jammer. Tuffy right behind. Both blocking packs moving pretty quick, and we've got a call off. That jam held at 0-0. We've got 106 for the Rotten Apples against 96 for Vancouver Roller Derby. We are still in a 10-point game. Cinderella up against Mad Max as the 5 seconds gets called. And we got Cinderella pushing in the back of the pack here. Mad Max hit to the inside and recycled back by Spitfire, but Mad Max crosses and gets out for lead Jammer. Cinderella recycled to the back by number 16 from Vancouver Juniors, but makes it through on their initial pass. Mad Max picking up his 4 points and continuing on. Calls it off as Cinderella moves into a... I gave up all my sentence.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you, too, would like to help keep us rolling through 2025. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
Mad Max back out for the Vancouver Junior Roller Derby up against Scream Soda from the Rotten Apples. Both jammers hit the back of the pack hard, pushing through there. Scream Soda picks up lead for the Rotten Apples. Mad Max pushing through 3 ferocious Apple Jam blockers at the front here. Mad Max out on their initial pass as Scream Soda hits the back of the pack, picks up their 4 points and is through for an easy skate. Mad Max in a scoring position now, hits the back of the pack with a beautiful glide on the outside, but knocked out just at the end. Scream Soda with an apex jump there, clears the pack for 4 points. Mad Max pushing at the back against some hard apple job blockers here. And Scream Soda through for another scoring pass. Mad Max picks up 4 points and joins them right behind. Both jammers pushing hard against a fast pack here. Scream Soda comes through with 1 blocker to beat and calls it off. That brings us to a 16-point jam for Scream Soda. Vancouver Junior Roller Derby picks up 4.
That is now the highest scoring jam so far in this game. Earlier in the first half, we had 14 points in one jam, went to Mad Max. We now have a team timeout being signaled for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsor of the EOD. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria. Check them out at the Zone 91.3.
All right, we're going into our 8th jam with 2 VJRD blockers in the penalty box. It's going to be a lot of work for Captain 08 Maniac. They're skating against Captain 007 Tuffy from the Rotten Apples. Tuffy takes a line around Slam Shady, picks up lead for the Rotten Apples. All 4 of those Rotten Apple blockers currently holding back Maniac. Poison Dart Frog to beat. Maniac through with an initial pass completed. Tuffy battling through for points. Maniac coming into the back of the pack for their first set of points. Recycled by Pearl Jam. Tuffy comes in, makes an attempt for the leap, but that's Darby Dash with a hit to the inside, stops those points. We end with 3 points on the board for 4 points, for both teams.
Salt Chuck Pies, don't be shy, say hello to pie. I can see that we've sold out of pies tonight for the evening, but you can go and grab one on your way home along Bay Street. They are delicious. Lining up here, we got number 14 for the Apples against number 56, Darby Dash for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, but we've got 14 Apples are out for lead jammer. That is Kitty Catapult coming around, hitting the front of the pack, makes easy work of those jammers and hops through for 4 points. Kitty Catapult taking a seat in the penalty box, which makes this a power jam for our Apples. Kitty Catapult back out and around. A nice sweep to the outside by the Apples. Kitty Catapult makes some work and gets through for 4 points as Darby Dash standing. Released just in time for Kitty to call it off.
The ramp is open at Influence Board Shop with 3 locations in Victoria. Roll on in and shop for all your skate needs. We've got Scream Soda number 8 and 08 Maniac, your jammers this time. Maniac currently at the front with 1 to beat, and that's lead for VJRD. Scream Soda coming up about a quarter track behind. Meanwhile, our blockers are all racing into position. We've got Coco Loco taking a seat in the penalty box.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us to enjoy this sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
Cinderella taking a turn at the jam line for the Rotten Apples against Mad Max. Mad Max out there, familiar face from Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. That's number 77 in blue. Mad Max with 1 to beat at the front. That's a back block penalty to Mad Max. That lets Cinderella get lead and a power jam. Some offensive help for Cinderella as their teammates move to the front of the pack. Pearl Jam takes a seat in the penalty box, trading out with Coco Loco. Offensive help comes along the inside line from those Rotten Apple skaters. Number 16 comes in, a block to the inside, but some help from Tuffy pushes Cinderella through. They call the jam off just as Mad Max gets out of the penalty box.
The straight and narrow Pacific Coke cocktails. At the end of every adventure, the greatest reward is a refreshing beverage with friends both old and new. Try one in our beverage garden. Lining up for our next jam, we got number 64 for the Apples. That is Bleeding Gonzalez. Up against number 0 Maniac. Bleeding Gonzalez hits the front of the pack. Not before Maniac can pick up lead. Bleedy knocked to the outside and drawn back by number 56. A lovely cut call drawn by number 56 will make this a power jam for the Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Maniac out for 4 points. Maniac hitting the pack here. Vancouver Junior Roller Derby doesn't have to help them. They make it out on their own. Lovely work. A nice little hit by Kitty Catapult there, but Maniac was able to get around them. Maniac out for another pass, another 4 points. Just as jammer for the Apples hits the track. Got some strong blocking walls here from Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, recycling Bleedy Gonzalez as Maniac makes it to the front of the pack and is out again for another 4 points. Bleedy still working on their initial here. Maniac running the jam, picking up some points here, trying to close the gap in this score. Around for another beautiful pass on the inside. Bleedy Gonzalez unfortunately picks up another penalty and takes a seat in our penalty box. Maniac pushing at the front of the pack, 1 to beat, and they make it. Vancouver Junior Roller Derby setting up for a sweep here. 24-point jam for Maniac there. I believe that's the highest scoring jam for Vancouver Roller Derby.
That brings our score up nice and tight again. Vancouver Junior Roller Derby sitting at 135. Eves of Destruction Rotten Apples at 146.
And we will be a power start for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby here. We got number 77, Mad Max, lining up, making plans with his team. That's the whistle, number 77 on the inside. Beautiful sweep by Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Just as Bleedy Gonzalez comes in and hits the back of the pack. A panty pass to Scream Soda. One to be to the front, but is knocked out. Mad Max comes in and picks up 4 points in the mayhem. Scream Soda out of the pack and in position to score some points. Amping up the crowd there with a nice stop. Lovely call off by Mad Max before Scream can pick those points up, though. Well done.
Artsy Eyewear. Eyewear for all ages. Anything but ordinary. I see we have a timeout being signaled by punishment at the pivot line. Looks like that timeout is for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby.
Timeouts are a perfect time to go get yourself some more snacks. I see the Rotten Apple Roller Derby team snack bar over there is still open and has a lot of baked goods. I saw, I think, some carrot cake or something earlier down there that looked like it was about as delicious as it looks.
I see that Hazel's ice cream cart over there. I'm thinking of heading to that on my way between games. Five seconds. We've got number 5-6, Darby Dash in blue for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. They start off with some defensive jamming against 007. That's Tuffy. The move they are working on doing right now is called Eat the Baby. Well, that's when one jammer tries to go around the track and convince the other jammer to follow them. It's now a battle of wills as we watch the clock tick down. Both sets of blockers have to be ready for whatever happens. These jammers can come in from that pretty fast. They get hit to the outside, Darby Dash. Tuffy is rewarded for their patience. Rotten Apples get to take lead. Hit against Chaos there for Darby Dash. That draws a penalty for a high block. They're going to take a seat in the penalty box and leave Tuffy with a 30-second power jam. Rotten Apples blockers line up along the inside line, do a little offensive sweep. JVRD pivot gets ahead of that and slows Tuffy down a little bit. Tuffy still gets to step away with 4 points. Rotten Apples blockers take a look at their coach for some guidance. Where are they going to put their efforts? Tuffy takes a slide to the outside. And JVRD jammer Darby Dash back on the track. Tuffy St. Marie can call that off, and they do.
Bring home a roller derby souvenir. You'll find vendor tables set up in the lobby. Your purchase today funds the roller derby travel of tomorrow.
Kitty Catapult wearing the star in red this jam. The star in blue is on Mad Max. Kitty Catapult steps right through the front and takes lead for the Rotten Apples. Mad Max finds an open inside line, scoots in behind Maggie Mayhem. That's initial pass completed for Vancouver. Kitty into the pack, gets hit to the inside. Eyes on the back of the pack, Kitty calls that off.
Parkway Physiotherapy, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love. Lining up Jam 15, we've got number 8 Scream Soda for the Apples against number 08 Maniac for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Both jammers hit the back of the pack against 4 blockers on 4. Maniac pushing to the front, Scream trying to take a little leap on the outside. Nice recycle by number 11 on Maniac there, allows Scream Soda to take lead. Maniac not far behind. Apple's looking for a little bit of a sweep for Soda there. And a lovely call off by Scream Soda. I believe Maniac pulled up 1 point there.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. Made by hand from scratch. Get yours. I thought they were here, but it looks like you'll have to find their location on View Street.
They are indeed here. They're next to the A-Team craft table there on the side.
Oh, fantastic. Get a donut. We've got number 77 Mad Max on the track, and our lead this time is Kitty Catapult 14. This is a matchup we had just 2 jams previously. That time our score was tied 4-4. Let's see how this jam ends. Kitty with Darby Dash to beat at the front, through with 4 points. Keeps all the points for themselves. 4 points Rotten Apples.
Spinnaker's Brew Pub, making it local since 1984. Find them on Catherine Street in Esquimalt, and their beverages can be found in our beverage garden. We got number 007 Tuffy, captain for the Rotten Apples, lining up with the Star. Up against Vancouver Junior Roller Derby.
That's number 16, Azka Jam.
Thank you. Tuffy up to the front of the park. Azka Jam makes nice work at the 3 blockers in the back, but has a bit of a spill. Tuffy pushing 1 to beat, and they are out for lead jammer at the front of the pack. Azkazam pushing hard against some Apple blockers there. Somebody picking up a forearm, not sure who. Tuffy here, out for 4 points. Azkajam about to hit the back of the pack, but Tuffy calls that off, holding them at 0 for that pass.
You can support the Rotten Apple Junior Roller Derby at the refreshment stand here in the arena today. My co-announcer Dynamo Dash tells me that the carrot cake there looks as good as it looks.
And it looks really good.
About as good as Cinderella and Mad Max on the track. Those are our jammers for this jam number 19. Mad Max in blue, Cinderella in red. Both of them about the same distance. There we have an opening for Cinderella. Lead goes to the Rotten Apples. That's 6 leads in a row for Rotten Apples. Mad Max through with their initial. Pack is piled up at the straightaway between turns 2 and 3. Cinderella finds space on the inside, calls the jam off.
Popeyes Supplements is your #1 local fit for quality supplements. They are confident their staff can help you achieve your health and fitness goals. Stop by Popeyes. Lighting up here, we have Kitty Catapult for the Rotten Apples up against, and an official timeout.
The Vancouver Junior Roller Derby has taken has called for an official review. Each team gets 1 official review per half. Vancouver is choosing to use this time as a team timeout.
We are off our official review, and we've got Kitty Catapult lined up for the Rotten Apples up against Darby Dash number 56 for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Both jammers looking eager to hit the pack there, and the whistle's gone. Oh, we got Kitty Catapult pushing to the front of the pack and picks up lead with some lovely footwork on the outside. Darby Dash with a helmet cover pass and skates through the pack. Kitty Catapult calling for his team to skate forward. Hit to the outside, not sure if they picked up any points there.
Cloverdale Paint, suppliers of Eaves of Destruction track tape and all your interior and exterior paint needs. We've got Scream Soda in red on the jam line. They are against number 08 Maniac in blue for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby. Scream through first, taking the Rotten Apples 8th lead in a row. Coco Loco with the draw back there brings Maniac to the farthest position behind the pack as Scream Soda hops through with 4 points for the Rotten Apples. Scream Soda coming in quick, gets hit to the inside, steps around the inside of the track, recycles herself, comes back in and uses a beam dip on the outside line. 4 points, Rotten Apples. And we have an initial completed by Maniac. Guidance coming from the bench. Scream Soda enters the pack, through quickly, calls it off. 12 points, that jam.
Apples send out number 11 Cinderella as their jammer. Vancouver Junior sends out number 77 Mad Max. Cinderella pushing at the back of the pack. Mad Max hits the front. Got some lovely blocking work by number 555 there with a hit out to the inside on Mad Max. Cinderella pushing up against a ferocious 3-wall up at the front by Vancouver Junior Roller Derby, doing some nice recycling up there. Mad Max able to pick up lead jammer. Mad Max hit to the outside and drawn back by number 504. Allowing Cinderella to take it out of the pack of the front. 4 points picked up by Mad Max and he calls it off.
You could leave the arena richer than when you arrived. Our busy volunteers are selling 50-50 tickets throughout the arena. The more tickets you buy, the bigger the prize.
Bleedy Gonzalez out up against Maniac. Bleedy Gonzalez up at the front, picks up lead. Beautifully done. Maniac recycled in the back of the pack. Some nice defense in the front by the Apples here, holding Maniac strong. Bleedy Gonzalez comes through the pack and picks up 4 points. Maniac out and on their scoring pass now. Both packs moving pretty fast around turn 3. Or 4. And Bleedy Gonzalez will call it off before either jammers can hit the pack again.
Bunny's Nook Kitchen on the corner of Esquimalt and Head Streets. Healthy and delicious food, art for the heart. We've got Tuffy at the front of the pack, and we've got Mad Max at the back. Tuffy with one to beat for the Rotten Apples. Lead goes to Rotten Apples. We have a star pass. That's gone to pivot number 5-6. That's Darby Dash, now your active jammer for Vancouver Junior Roller Derby.
Oh, a nice hit at the front by Tuffy there. Makes it out of the pack for 4 points. Darby Dash pushing hard at the back of the pack here. Nice hit out by Kitty Catapult. Oh, and onto the inside by Kitty Catapult once again. Lovely blocking going on in the end of this game. Darby Dash gets a knockout on the inside on Tuffy and a drawback. Once again, we are at a battle of the wits. Period clock has run out, but the jam clock is still running. Tuffy casually strolls onto the clock and realizes their error. We've got 36 seconds left in this jam. Perhaps a dance-off is in order. Oh, and we decide to finish the jam off right. Tuffy through for 4 points. Darby Dash come through the back of the pack, picks up 3 points. Lovely. Tuffy coming in fast to the back of the pack here, and that's the game.
Testing. Hello, lovely announcers. We're going to do the MVPs from down here, just so you know. Thank you. While the kids are deciding MVPs and crying, we are going to do a quick shout out to a couple skaters from both teams. So starting with Vancouver, we have Cleo and Maniac, who are both aging out on the Vancouver team. They have been skating with some of our skaters for a couple years now. On our team, we have Tuffy, who is number 007, our captain for today. We have number 14, Kitty Catapult. We have number 8, Scream Soda. Number 109, Catastrophe. Number 8849, Bout Everest. And shout out to Goblin, who also just aged out this season. And Ghost Rider, who's not here as well. And now we're gonna do quick MVPs. Oh, I lied, we're doing high fives first. Apples go. And now for Vancouver. All right, now we're gonna do MVPs super fast so the adults can do their on skates warm up. All right, so I think we're gonna start with blockers. So from the Apples to Vancouver, your MVP blocker is number 5'6", Darby Dash.
And from the Screampunks to the Rotten Apples, their MVP blocker is Kitty. Where's Kitty? Kitty. Yeah.
MVP jammer for Vancouver is number 7'7", Mad Max.
And the MVP jammer for the Apples is Scream Soda.
I did already. And our MVP overall spirit is number 08, Maniac. Come back for pictures.
And overall for the Apples from the Screampunks is Tuffy.
MVPs, can you come get a picture, please? Quickly. While they're getting their picture taken, I do want to do one last shout out to somebody who just had to go gear up, unfortunately, so she's not here, but huge shout out to Coach Sam Squatch, who is unfortunately moving away. She's been coaching the Apples for 4 years, and this was her last game with us, so we have a little gift for her to give when she's done with her team, who's playing after this.
We have 24, almost 24 and a half minutes till Derby. So you still have plenty of time to do a few things. One, go and get some drink tickets and visit the beverage garden. There are still vendors. We have the juniors, Rotten Apples, have a bake sale. And you can also get some crafty goods from our A team for their fundraiser. We have Empire Donuts. And we have some Eves of Destruction merch. So feel free to visit any of those vendors for the next 24 minutes.
We also have Hazel's ice cream down there. I could sure use an ice cream right now. It is hot. Don't forget to visit the beverage garden and make sure you find those 50-50 folks. Buy those 50-50 tickets. Leave here richer than you came here. guy's not here.
Now? Yes? Okay, great. We'd like to take a moment to give a huge shout out to one of our most beloved and longest skating league members, Fury St. S. Pfaff. This is Pfaff's last game skating with the Eves. Pfaff started skating in 2012 and was right away drafted to the Villains. Pfaff has worn many hats in our league. She's been instrumental in training new skaters through our Fresh Meat Learn to Skate program. She's played for our competitive travel team, the A team, and has been a dedicated coach to our charter program. She's been a captain, a member of our board of the directors, and volunteer, always with a smile on her face. She's not done with the Eves yet. Pfaff will be putting her stripes on and joining the officials crew. Thank you, Pfaff, for all you have done for this league. Please join us in celebrating Fury S. Pfaff in her last official game as a skater. Thanks, Spencer. Thank you. How's that penalty box?
Alrighty, folks, that's 10 minutes to Derby. 10 more minutes to grab a drink, grab some ice cream, grab some baked goods, get real comfy while we wait for this very, very exciting Calamity Cup final between the Daisy Pushers and the Margarita Villains. I am one of your announcers. My name is Shirley Temple of Doom, or Doom for short.
And I am Jerry Can.
All right, all right, all right. Looks like we are 4 minutes to Derby. Yeah, I just don't know where the sound guy is. Don't know where Bear is. All right, we're gonna start our intros in just a minute.
Bear to the sound booth, please.
Just waiting for our illustrious sound man to come and join us.
Are they not doing skate out songs?
Yeah, they are.
Is that him? I see him running. I see our sound guy running. You will have intro songs momentarily. We got it.
I don't know. We are novice announcers, so that's why everyone on the track keeps yelling at us.
Apologies, guys.
We're trying our best. And here's our sound man, so let's begin with the intros. The away team will be first.
All right. Here we have the Daisy Pishers. Start. 002, Shover, Ducky. 011, Natural Born Spiller. 19, Gravity Assist. 21, Charlie Hearse. 235, Black Eye Suze. 24, Nailer. 250, Bugsy. 30, Venus Thigh Trap. 3825, Emotional Cluster Truck. 39, Bushwhacker. 40, Wheels of Fortune. 419, Sam Squatch. 5, Florence the Machine. 505, Flawless. 61, Veronica DeVille. 654, Goose. 68, Duchess of Death. And 73, Tombstone. The Daisy Pushers bench staff is Regrettal and Slayer Moon.
And now for your Margarita villains. 06, Fat Bottom Hurls. 09, Raven. 115, Lightning Striker. 1166, The Wife of Wrath. 213, Punky Bruiser. 31, Creeper. 375, Skatey Pie. 4, Terminator. 452, The Frenzy. 4-7 Grim Steeper. 5-9 Artemis Prime. 6-1-3 Mill Street Bruisery. 6-6-6 Carry Me to Hell. 7-6 The Cunning Linguist. 8-1-8 Brown Sugar Boba. 8-6 Silver Rogue. 9-0 Furious Fast. Margarita Villains. Bench staff for today for the Villains are Slicer and Fawn Dolls. We usually kind of mention them like when things are slow, yeah.
Our first jammers on the line are 1-9 Gravity Assist and 7-6 Lingo.
And both jammers have hit the pack. And we've got Gravy up at the front, still trying to get past two blockers. Wife of Wrath and Fast, that's a hard team to beat. Little drag back by Bugsy for Cunning Linguist. Lingo getting dragged back again, and Gravy still fighting at the front of the pack. And Gravy is out, and Gravy is the lead jammer for this jam. Lingo is still trying to fight their way through those pushers up at the front, and is out now. Gravy is being held at the back of the pack. And Gravy calls it off before Lingo can get through for a scoring pass.
Eves of Destruction would like to thank all the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help us keep rolling through 2025. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
And we have Creeper on the line for the Villains and Goose for the Daisy Pushers. And it looks like we have Tombstone heading for a penalty, and Creeper is the lead jammer for this jam. Goose is not far behind. Creeper hits the pack and quickly calls it off. And we have Carry Me to Hell and Shover Ducky lining up for jammers. These are two relatively new skaters to these teams, and they definitely pack a punch. Shover Ducky gets hit out to the outside and dragged back. Carry Me to Hell still fighting at the front of the pack. Carry Me to Hell is signaled as lead jammer, but is hit to the inside and dragged back by Chuck. looks like we have a star pass to Tombstone. And looks like no points scored on that pass.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the EOD. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria.
We have Emotional Cluster Truck and Curls for jammers. Curls driving through the pack very quickly, making it through as lead jammer. Emo just sneaking out the side and avoiding a hit from the Frenzy. Curls attempting an apex jump, but not quite landing it. Score is tied here at 2-2 for both teams. Emo getting driven to the inside line by the Frenzy. And Hurls once again driving through some blockers and making it out again. And Hurls calls it off. It looks like. And we're back at a tie score with 6 for both teams. And on the jammer line, we have Gravity Assist, number 19, and Cunning Linguist. Lingo making a very swift bid to be lead jammer. Gravy still pushing at the front, and they are out as well. It looks like we have a couple of the daisy pushers in the penalty box right now. Their teammates working extra hard to keep that jammer at bay. And the jam's called off. Looks like 4 points for the Margarita Villains and 3 for the daisy pushers. We have number 31 Creeper for the Margarita Villains and Goose 654 for the Daisy Pushers jamming today. Got a little jammer doing defense here as Goose tries to keep Creeper at bay. Creeper still makes it through the pack first and is lead jammer. Goose gets knocked out by Lightning Striker to the outside with a very heavy hit. Creeper's being held by Black Eye Suze and Tina Flawless. And Goose gets out of the pack.
The ramp is open at Influence Board Shop with 3 locations in Victoria. Roll on in and shop for all your skate needs. On the line, we have Carry Me to Hell and Shover Ducky. Shover Ducky getting a drag back. Carrie fighting her way in turn 1. Another drawback by Hurls on Shover Ducky. And Chuck is giving a run back to Hell. Ducky takes a star off, but gets through. Hell is making her way to turn 2. Star pass complete to Frenzy. Shover Ducky not far behind. And a little jammer on jammer action in turn 2. Both jammers approach the pack. Frenzy takes an inside line and it requests applause. Ducky being dragged back to the jam line. Frenzy finds a straightaway before turn 3. Frenzy approaching again. And a penalty on Faf for direction on Ducky, who is working their way with this tripod. The villains are really holding this jammer. And that'll be 8 points for Shover Ducky and 12 points for Frenzy.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
On the Use Victoria jam line, we have Emotional Cluster Truck and Skatey Pie. Emo pushing on a 2-wall at turn 2 and is our lead jammer. Skatey Pie working their way through in turn 2. Just one more blocker and they are out as well. Emo with an apex jump. Bench says to call it off, which is what Emo did.
Speaking of our wonderful officials, tonight we have Rolando Furioso as our head referee. We also have Hunky Dorky, Ruby Refhauser, Bobby Flair, Antique Smoke Show, Ohms Lawbringer, Pussycat, Honey Kruler, and our head NSO today is Dee Spencer.
On the jam line is Gravity Assist versus Creeper Sutherland. Creeper working on a 2-wall and is out as your lead jammer. Gravy getting a run back by Striker, and Flawless gave some excellent offense. Gravity is out of the pack. Creeper is also through and calling it off.
The Straight and Narrow Pacific Coast Cocktails. At the end of every adventure, the greatest reward is a refreshing beverage with friends, both old and new. Try one in our beverage garden.
On the Use Victoria jam line, we have number 666 from the Villains, Carry Me to Hell. And on the pushers, we have 654, Goose. Toombs is back from the penalty box. Both jammers working away on these tripods.
I will say these walls are not walls I would ever want to come up against. I wouldn't want to come up against those walls. They're terrible.
The Goose is loose. And looks like we've got a power jam for the pushers as Carry Me to Hell. It goes to the zone penalty box. Goose pushing a tripod in turn 3. and is free. And calls that jam off. This is something we call icing a jammer. If you call the jam off when the opposing jammer is in the penalty box, we call that icing, which means Shover Ducky gets to start with a power jam. Zero 02, your lead jammer is Shover Ducky. Carry Me to Hell, released from the penalty box, is thwarted by a tripod in turn 1. Shover Ducky is free from the 2-wall with the first 4 points of the jam. Star pass to Hurls. And a run back by Hell to Shover Ducky. The pack is spread out across the straightaway. Hurls is working away on one blocker, and that is the jam.
Artsy eyewear for all ages, anything but ordinary.
Pusher, jammer, 1-9, gravity assist versus 7-6, cunning linguist. And pusher, jammer, Gravy is your lead jammer. Lingo still pushing for their initial pass, working on a 2-wall in turn 2. Gravy stuck at the tripod in turn 1. And Lingo is out, but Gravy calls that jam off. For no points to the villains and 4 for the pushers.
So far, our score is sitting at 30 points for the Margarita Villains and 37 for the Daisy Pushers. Real tight game. We'll probably have a lot of lead changes in the next period. I reckon.
Your jammers in this jam are 654 for the pushers, Goose. And Villains jammer, 3-1, Creeper Sutherland. The Goose is loose as lead jammer. The Creeper is not far, pushing and getting a drag back. By 2-1, Chuck, who received a forearm penalty. Goose is looking to score another round of 4 points. Creeper is on their initial pass, but Goose has called it off. 8 points for the Daisy Pushers, 0 points for the Villains.
Bring home a roller derby souvenir. You'll find vendor tables set up in the lobby. Your purchase today funds the roller derby travel of tomorrow. We have hardcores tables, and we have, I believe the charter team also has a table. And we also have some very cool t-shirts from all of the house teams. And it looks like we have a team timeout. Official timeout.
while we have this little team timeout, why don't you check out some of the tables with food for sale? Make sure to visit the Rotten Apples table for some yummy baked goods. Hazel's Ice Cream is also selling delicious ice cream bars. And we also have, it looks like Empire Donuts still has some donuts, but I can't really see them. But I could really go for a donut right now, so you should instead. Also visit our beverage garden and make sure you find those 50-50 ticket, folks. And it looks like we are getting ready to derby again.
On the used Victoria Jam line, we have 06 Pearls and 3825 Emotional Cluster Truck. Giving both jammers a run up. Both working on some walls. The Villains have a 4-wall, which is proving to be effective. Now we have wow bridging for the Villains. And a little bit of offense for Hurls. But it's Emo who gets lead jam, with Hurls not far behind. Neck and neck jammer race, and Emo elects to call it off. No points for that jam.
Parkway Physiotherapy, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Daisy Pusher Jammer, 1-9, Gravity Assist. It's Villains 666, Carry Me to Hell. And it's Gravity Assist for the lead jam. Carrie working away in turn 1. Hell, my apologies. And big spill for Gravy.
And looks like Lightning Striker is heading to the penalty box for a low block penalty on Gravity Assist.
Bugsy providing a little bit of offense. And now there's a 2-wall in the front. Bugsy with a directional penalty going to the zone penalty box. And it's Gravy fighting a 2-wall in turn 2. That'll be a directional penalty on Silver Rogue. So we have 2 blockers in the penalty box and the Villains jammer as well.
That's a very busy penalty box right now.
Striker released, but Gravy calls off the jam. So this will be a short power start for the Daisy Pusher jammer, who is 654 Goose. Pack was moving quite quickly. And now we have a 2-wall in the front of Villains. Now a full force 3-wall. Goose is fighting against in turn 2. And Hell has been released from the penalty box for the Villains, pushing against the Daisy Pushers. The penalty box is clear. And the Goose is loose for lead jam. Little side surf by Goose. And is free from turn 3. Looks like we had a star pass, hell pass to Frenzy on the villains, who is pushing on and asking for help. Goose approaches for another turn. Frenzy's still working their way against that very strong pusher tripod. A little bit of offense. And Frenzy is released. Calls out that jam for 12 points, 14 points for the Daisy Pushers, 0 for the villains.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love, made by hand from scratch and in the venue tonight. Get yours before they sell out. Whatever, I'm good. And it looks like we have number 3-1 Creeper for the Margarita Villains. And we have Shover Ducky jamming for the Daisy Pushers. And there was a little sneaky move by Creeper there as she hit Shover Ducky out. And Shover Ducky did not cede her position and had to go to the penalty box. Here we are with a power jam for the Margarita Villains. And that is Chuck heading to the penalty box. Creeper is your lead jammer. And Creeper is out again. That's another 4 points. And Shover Ducky getting dragged back by the Margarita Villains. Terminate her. And we have Lightning Striker going to the penalty box once again. And Creeper getting through that wall again. And it looks like we have a star pass, but the jam is called off before anything could happen. Margarita Villains scoring 8 on that jam, and Daisy Pushers 0.
This is your last call for 50-50 tickets. Last call for 50-50.
Get those 50-50 tickets. Get them quick. Get them quick. On the jam line, we have Skatey Pie for the Margarita Villains and Black Eyed Sue's for the Daisy Pushers. Both of those jammers hitting their walls at roughly the same position, so it's a little bit of a muddle in there. Black Eyed Sue's getting dragged back. Black Eyed Sue's is lead jammer, getting around that pack with some very fancy footwork. And Skatey Pie's not far behind. Both teams are back to full strength, so Black Eyed Sue's hits that wall of all villains and calls it off. And our score is sitting at Margarita Villains with 38, Daisy Pushers with 69.
Nice.
And we have a team timeout called by the Daisy Pushers. Last call for 50-50 tickets. Last call, last call. Leave here richer than you came in.
Spinnaker's Brew Pub, making it local since 1984. Find them on Catherine Street in Esquimalt and in our beverage garden. Do you know when last call is, Doom?
I do not.
Well, there's 4 minutes left in this period. after which we'll have a short intermission. And then you'll want to get your drink tickets and visit the beverage garden because it'll be our last call during intermission. Now you know.
4 minutes left. That's crazy. It's gone really fast. And we're back.
Fast.
Number 666, Carry Me to Hell, jamming for the Margarita Villains. And we have Gravity Assist, number 19, jamming for the Daisy Pushers.
Time flies when you're learning how to be an announcer. Gravity pushing in turn 1. And Hell is being drawn back to the back of the jam line by Flawless. This pack is getting drawn out, but Term and Faf had to let Gravity go, and that is your lead jammer, Gravity Assist, with a side surf and some excellent passive offense in turn 1 for Gravy.
And we have Star Pass. Our new jammer from the Margarita Villains is 1166, the Wife of Wrath. They are through the pack. And Gravity Assist calls it off before the Wife of Wrath can make a scoring pass. And that is 4 points for the Daisy Push. Nope, 7 points for the Daisy Pushers on that one, and 0 for the Margarita Villains. Putting our score at 38 for the Margarita Villains and 76 for the Daisy Pushers.
Support Rotten Apple's Junior Roller Derby at their refreshment stand in the arena today.
And we have Creeper jamming again for the Margarita Villains, up against Goose for the Daisy Pushers. And, the Goose is our lead jammer, but very promptly gets dragged all the way back by Lightning Striker. I must say that is very disheartening. I don't really jam, but it does look awful.
These villain walls look like a whole lot of no fun for the pushers. Creeper still working in the back, has taken the star off.
And Goose is out yet again. And now coming around for a scoring pass.
That was a long...
Yeah, that was probably the longest both walls have held the jammers the whole game so far.
It's a very defensive pack.
Goose is out, and Goose is calling it off before Creeper can make a scoring pass. Daisy Pushers with 4 in that jam, and the Margarita Villains with 0. Support Rotten Apple's Junior Roller Derby at their refreshment stand today. Look for the big red banner. And we have 375 Skatey Pie for the Margarita Villains and 3825 Emotional Cluster Truck for the Daisy Pushers. That's a name that you have to say slowly in games to make sure that it is family friendly. And Skatey Pie is assessed as lead jammer, with Emo very quickly coming up behind. Emo has very long legs, so it doesn't take them long to get through. And that jam is called off, and
We are now at intermission, folks.
Oh, there's that whistle. We were
There's
just
the
waiting for
whistle.
that whistle. Whew. All right, get up, stretch your legs, go get some beverages, because last call is coming up when, Jerry?
It's during this intermission, so get your drink tickets now and visit the beverage garden.
Make sure to grab some ice cream too. I can see it from where I'm sitting and I really want one, but it's so far away. So eat ice cream for me. Do it for me. Do it for Doom.
Do it for Doom. It's a very cute bicycle ice cream truck. I love that.
That's 6 minutes left to Derby, so make sure you get those beverage tickets real quick, because this will be last call. And that is your 5-minute countdown. 5 minutes until the last period of the finale.
Thank you. Hey, everybody, why don't you dig into your pockets and look for your 50-50 tickets, because we are going to do a draw for the 50-50.
We only got like 3 minutes. What's that? I think I just talk really loud. Is yours? Okay, bye. Well, sorry.
Okay, everyone's got your 50-50 tickets out? Everybody waving those around? All right. Doom, would you like to do the honors?
Shaking the bucket. I keep forgetting to turn on or off my mic. Alrighty, it is a blue ticket. Number is 6869827. Once again, 6869827. Oh, I hear somebody. I see people pointing. I think they're below us. Come to the trap door underneath the announcers.
That 50-50 pool is $396. Come on down. Bring us your golden, well, your blue tickets, and we'll give you $396.50. Thank you to everyone.
And they're down there.
Thank you to everyone who bought a 50-50 ticket. We are 1 minute to Derby.
I think they're down there, Laura. Alrighty, folks, we're back.
On the used Victoria Jam line, we have Daisy Pushers 654 Goose and Margarita Villains 31 Creeper Sutherland. Goose is working side to side, that tripod in the back. And when you hear no pack, that means the skaters need to get within 10 feet of one another.
And Creeper is right at the top. And Creeper is out, assessed as lead for this jam.
Goose
White.
is facing some defense from the Villains and getting some offense from Bugsy.
Creeper's out with 4 points.
Goose is still working through the pack here in turn 4 and is out. But Creeper calls it off after earning 8 points. Popeye's Supplements, your #1 choice for quality supplements. They are confident their staff can help you achieve your health and fitness goals.
Number 375, Skatey Pie for the Margarita Villains. And Gravity Assist 19 for the Daisy Pushers.
We've got Raven. We've got a star pass on the Daisy Pushers to Toombs, who is working against that very strong tripod in turn 1.
And Skatey Pie is out once again. 4 points for Skatey Pie.
Toombs is still working against a 2-wall. Now it's Pearls knocking them out, but Pearls went out as well, and so Toombs is able to go.
Skatey Pie right behind Toombs. And calls it off before Toombs can get any points. 8 points for the Margarita Villains and 0 for the Daisy Pushers, bringing our score to 54 points for the Margarita Villains, 81 for the Daisy Pushers. On the gem line, we have Shover Ducky and the Cunning Linguist.
A little bit of tap dance by Lingo on the jam line. Shover Ducky working against that 4-wall of the Villains. Striker with a drawback, but Chuck with some deadly offense that led them to the zone penalty box.
Cunning Linguist assesses the lead jammer for this jam.
Shover Ducky has removed the star. He was looking for a pass or some offense.
And that's 4 points for Lingo. Ducky's still fighting to get through those villains and getting dragged back again by Lightning Striker.
Some penalties called. Shover Ducky with a cut track penalty. Star in hand. So just a single jammer on the track. Cunning Linguist is the lead jammer with 4 points, looking for more.
And Lingo calling it off, but a penalty was assessed. And Bugsy's in the box, and Ducky will also be sitting a penalty as the jammer, which means that the Villains will be starting with a power jam. Margarita Villains got 8 points on that last jam, bringing our score up to 62 points for the Margarita Villains and 81 for the Daisy Pushers. Number 3-1, Creeper, only jammer on the track, and lead jammer on the track.
Excellent Moon Cup by the Villains.
And through again.
How would you describe a Moon Cup?
Oh, Creeper narrowly avoiding a hit by Black Eyed Sue's to make it out, and that will be 8 points so far for the Margarita Villains. That score is just slowly creeping up there.
Ducky has been released from the penalty box and is being dragged back by the Wife of Wrath. Meeting up with this four-wall of the Villains in turn one. Some fierce defense from the Villains.
Very nice little hit by Black Eyed Sue's to get Creeper out and dragged very far back.
Both jammers working away on this defense. Bugsy providing a little offense for Ducky, but unfortunately is knocked out and dragged back by Hurls.
And Creeper being exceptionally patient and waiting for their chance, but still getting dragged back by the Daisy Pushers.
And Ducky is through the pack.
And Creeper calling it off before Ducky can get any points on that one. And that is 12 points for the Margarita Villains and 0 for the Daisy Pushers. Cloverdale Paint, suppliers of the Eaves of Destruction track tape and all your interior and exterior paint needs.
That was a 12-point jam for Creeper.
And we have a team timeout being called by the Daisy Pushers. Bunny's Nook Kitchen on the corner of Esquimalt and Head Streets. Healthy and delicious food. Art for the heart. Kickstart your roller skating adventure with Roll Right. Skaters develop the skills to excel in all disciplines of skating, including roller derby. Find them at rollright.org.
This crowd is getting pumped and doing the wave.
Woo!
Even the players are getting into it. We have ourselves a 7-point game right now.
Ooh la la.
Villains have been working their way back up.
We have 654 Goose jamming for the Daisy Pushers and 375 Skatey Pie jamming for the Margarita Villains.
Jam is on. Goose is pushing against a 2-wall in turn one.
Tina Flawless making sure to get Skatey Pie back when they thought they had escaped that tripod.
And
Wife of Wrath keeping it on their own, but Goose still gets out and is assessed lead jammer.
Goose skating on the outside, being blocked by Frenzy, getting a whip-off file, and now it's a big hit from Wow,
And Skatey Pie is in the penalty box for a cut track, I believe.
Goose asking for a little defensive assist. Wow, looking for some more blockers at the front. All blockers need to be within 10 feet of one another. So you see the villains here are bridging. Each of them are 10 feet apart. Frenzy is able to stretch that pack out for 20 feet. Knocked out Goose, who called it off.
Goose calls it off just as the jammer for the Margarita Villains is still in the penalty box.
Jammer
Tricky little strategic.
Jammer standing in the box. So this is a 10-second, a quick power start for the pushers. And an official review, timeout has been called.
Rollergirl.ca, Western Canada's top roller skate shop since 2003. Put some wheels on your feet. Also, a big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Danny Boynton Photography. And it looks like we're back. We will thank those photographers later. We have Charlie Hurst on that jammer line. Oh, that is some fancy footwork getting around that apex. Skatey Pie is back on the track as the jammer.
Chuck with the side surf in turn one. Very bendy, and Hurls is looking to run down, but runs out of the 20 feet of space. 4 points for Chuck. Chuck calls off that jam before Skatey Pie can get into the pack for any points. So picking up an additional 2 points for a total of 6 points for Chuck. And the score is now 91 for the Daisy Pushers and 74 for the Margarita Villains.
Looks like we have an official review coming from Slicer from the Margarita Villains bench. Keeping on that roll of thanking our tireless photographers, we also have Baxter Cannon Photography, Adam Nagy, and Creative Miscellany. We look forward to revisiting tonight's greatest hits through your work. Thank you so much for all of the wonderful pictures you take of us doing the sport that we love. For a refreshing local soft drink, try Spinnaker's Sodas, available at the Catherine Street location and in the arena tonight. And it looks like the official review is regarding the pivot player and a leg block on the pivot. Thank you.
On the villains or the pusher?
Do we have charades for this?
Is it a villain or a pusher?
Sometimes they message me, but sometimes they don't.
They've got a mic down there.
Yeah, they do.
We do have a mic down there.
Each team gets one official review per half in the game, and the villains are using theirs now. We'll just wait until the referees let us know if they have kept it or not. UseVictoria.com, your local marketplace. Support local by searching for new and used items on UseVictoria.com. Rentals, cars, boats, furniture, you'll find it on used.
The This was not their whistle. Got a 17-point game right now, and we're back with Daisy Pusher's Gravity Assist in the white, and Villains Creeper Sutherland in black. Gravy is the lead jam, gets a little whip from 505 Flawless.
Silver Rogue heading to the penalty box for the Margarita Villains.
And Gravy just skates right through for 4 points.
And it looks like there was an attempted star pass there. Didn't quite pan out.
And Term with the drag back on Gravity Assist. Wow, and Term with a strong 2-wall, and Gravy calling it off before Bugsy could give any more offense. 10 points for Gravy, 0 for the Villains. Jammer. Emo giving some love to the crowd. These are two crowd-pleasing jammers. Daisy Pushers 3825, Emotional Cluster Truck. Villains have 76, Cunning Linguist. And Lingo is almost out. But it's Emo for the lead. Make some noise for Emo.
Black Eyed Sue's making a run to see if they can catch Lingo at the front, but pulling back because they were out of play.
Emo calls that jam. For no score. Daisy Pushers 101, Margarita Villains 74. We have Goose and Skatey Pie on the used Victoria jam line. Both jammers on the ground. And that's a low block on Skatey Pie, the jammer. So it will be a power jam for Goose, who was lead. Wow, with a big hit in turn 2 and a drag back.
Some very nice offensive plays by 505, Tina Flawless. Goose calling off that jam. Freezing Skatey Pie in the box.
4 points to Goose for a total of 105 points for the Daisy Pushers. 74 Villains.
And we have Charlie Hurst, number 2-1 for the Daisy Pushers on the line. Get ready for some fancy feet. What did I say? Fancy feet. Beautiful, as Charlie Hurst is assessed lead. And Skatey Pie is back on the track as the jammer for the Margarita Villains.
Two-wall in the front, could not hold. Chuck skates around for 4 points.
Skatey Pie fighting it out against the Daisy Pushers blockers at the front of the pack, but being dragged back.
Both jammers drag back. Some very bendy, jammy moves from Charlie Hurst, and around for an additional 4 points. Star in hand for Skatey Pie.
It doesn't seem like someone should be that bendy. It doesn't seem real. But here we are watching Charlie Hurst just bend around every single player. Skaty Pie doing an amazing job just grinding it out against that Daisy Pusher's wall.
That'll be a high block called on Charlie Hurst against the other jammer. So it is a power jam for the Villains. Skaty looking for some offensive plays. Frenzy giving a little assist in turn 2. But it might be all on Skaty Pie's own steam.
And that jam running its full 2 minutes.
That's a long one.
Yeah, that was great job for Skaty Pie grinding it out.
This will be a very short power start for Villains jammer, number 3-1, Creeper Sutherland. Chuck is now out of the box. Creeper running up the line, but it's Charlie Hurst on the outside to be your lead jammer. Creeper working their way into that pack, but Charlie Hurst calls off the jam before they're even able to enter. 3 points to Chuck from the Daisy Pushers for a total score of 123 to Margarita Villains 74.
On the jammer line, we have, team timeout, Margarita Villains.
Daisy Pushers now up by 49 points. We still have 13 minutes in this game.
Thank you again to our amazing crew of dedicated officials. It is truly the best part of our league. They are phenomenal folks who work so hard to help us play the game that we love. We are always looking for new off-skates and on-skates officials, so just reach out to any EOD person if you feel like volunteering for that. We would be ever so grateful.
Yes, if you love turning chaos into order, you will love wearing these stripes, keeping us all safe.
And it looks like we're back again with Cunning Linguist jamming for the Margarita Villains, and we have Gravity Assist for the Daisy Pushers. A matchup we have seen many times before this game. If you have ever heard Lingo yell while she is jamming, it is truly a sight to hear. Hear to sight? Woof. Nobody listened to me.
It's a whole thing. Both jammers pushing on some very strong tripods. Term is bridging, number 4, trying to keep the pack in one drawn out.
Term and Black Eyed Sues are both bridging, both juniors who have aged up and are amazing players. And there we are, Cunning Linguist assessed as lead jammer for this jam.
Gravity Assist with the star off, looking either to get past Wow or a pass to Tombs. Star pass complete to Tombs.
And Lingo calls it off before Tombs can make it to the pack for a scoring pass. 1 point to the Margarita Villains for that jam, and 0 for the Daisy Pushers. Bringing our score to 75 for the Margarita Villains and 123 points for the Daisy Pushers. On the jammer line, we have Hurls and Shover Ducky.
Shover Ducky to the box for a head block. So this will be a power jam for Hurls, who is a power jammer. And look at that pack, a speed up.
Oh, it's fast pack.
And gives Hurls some space to just skate on through for 4 points. Shover Ducky standing in the penalty box. And Hurls is through with no one touching her. I love when that happens. Villain's tripod at the back, ready to receive Shover Ducky. Bugsy has drawn back Hurls, and Shover Ducky has cut the track as another jammer penalty. Hurls looking for a third pass. Looking for some offense from Stryker, and she got it. She got some. But Chuck is still there. But Hurls stays in and calls off the jam.
That is a 12-point jam for Fat Bottom Hurls and 0 for Daisy Pushers.
Villains are closing in. Now it's a 36-point game. 123 Daisy Pushers, Margarita Villains 87. And this is a quick power start for Creeper.
And Creeper is assessed as lead jammer for this jam. Shover Ducky back on the track now. Hitting heavy walls from the Margarita Villains from Raven and Lightning Striker.
And Creeper is drawn back by Flo. Flo is out of play, has to join that tripod again, and Creeper is out again.
Creeper calling it off before Tombstone can make a scoring pass. And 4 points for the Margarita Villains for that jam, 0 for the Daisy Pushers, bringing our score to 91 for the Margarita Villains and 123 for the Daisy Pushers.
This is some exciting derby.
Gotta make it close. It's the finale. Nail biter. It looks like we have some track repairs happening here. Have to keep everyone safe. There is a rope underneath the outside line of our track so that we can feel if you're gonna go out of bounds. It's very helpful when playing derby, but it is hard to keep everything all safe and taped down, so we have dedicated tape people. Thank you so much. On the line here we have Cunning Linguist for the Margarita Villains and Goose jamming for the Daisy Pushers.
Goose working on a 3-wall up on turn 1.
And Cunning Linguist is sent to the box as a jammer for a cut track. And Goose is the lead jammer.
Power jam for Goose. Offense waiting for the call, but Goose goes in on their own.
Looks like Fat Bottom Hurls has been assessed with a penalty.
Very expedient trip to the penalty box. Very fast skating. Lingo is back working against Pusher's tripod. Goose getting a little offense from Flawless in turn 3. Lingo is out in their initial pass, but Goose calls it off. 7 points for the Daisy Pushers.
And just a little more than 7 minutes left in this game. And our score is at 91 for the Margarita Villains and 130 points for the Daisy Pushers.
On the used Victoria Jam line, we have Gravity Assist for the Daisy Pushers and Creeper Sutherland for the Villains. We've got some jammer on jammer action. And Gravy working against a 2-wall in turn 1. Creeper on the tripod just behind. Hurls with a large knockout to Gravy. This is a very long push for both jammers. No lead yet, still pushing out of turn 2. It's a lot of force. Creeper is our lead jammer. And a star pass to Black Eyed Sue's. Creeper looking for points and calling that jam off. Each jammer earning themselves 1 point. Daisy Pushers 131, Margarita Villains 92. We're doing great. On the jam line, we have Charlie Hurst for the Pushers and Carry Me to Hell for the Villains. Carrie pushing against Flawless and now a tripod. Chuck's looking for some space and finds it after a toe stop 360, casual. Carrie is free out of the pack. And there's a little bit of falling when there's offensive and defensive players, and Chuck calls off the jam after earning 2 points. Daisy Pushers 133, Margarita Villains 92.
On the jammer line, we have the Cunning Linguist with the Margarita Villains and Emotional Cluster Truck for the Daisy Pushers. Emo making very quick work of that pack and just toe stopping right through it. Lingo having a little more trouble getting up against that Daisy Pushers wall.
Term is requesting their blockers move up.
Emo making another pass or on the outside edge.
Lingo's still
Little jammer
working
on jammer.
Lingo's still working through to try to get to their initial pass.
And
but
Hurls is in the penalty box. You can probably hear Lingo with their yelling as they come up against the pack.
the call of the Lingo. It's deep. Emo thought they were out. Term with one final hit, and they were free.
Silver Rogue heading to the penalty box.
And
As well.
Black Eyed Sue's.
Absolutely.
Hurls is out. Each team will be down one blocker for the jam number 19.
Just about 2.5 minutes left in this game. Hurls coming straight out of the penalty box and jamming.
That'll be a team timeout for the Daisy Pushers. 145 to 92 with a couple of jams left.
Subjective. I mean, you can't just give it to Faf. So like, I mean, she's doing good. And we have Goose jamming for the Daisy Pushers, and Fat Bottom Hurls for the Margarita Villains. Two very strong jammers against two very strong packs. And we got Hurls hit out to the inside line by Tina Flawless.
No pack called.
And Goose is assessed lead jammer status. Bugsy heading to the penalty box.
Some blocker on blocker violence, but everyone checking in to see that they're okay. Because even though we're opposing teams, we're all still friends. Hurls with attempted apex jump. Black-Eyed Sue's dragging back. And Goose still working away on that tripod at the front. These are very defensive lines on both teams. Bugsy released from the box, so Pushers will be a full force defensive line. Vile called out of play at the front. Hurls is released. Goose is lead jammer, but was recycled back into the pack. And Hurls has done their initial pass, looking to earn some points. But it's going to be Bugsy with a drawback.
Silver Rogue heading to the penalty box.
That 2-0 in the front is holding strong on Goose. Laterally moving side to side. The Goose is loose again. Hard-earned 4 points.
That's the whistle for that jam. 4 points for the Daisy Pushers, 3 for the Margarita Villains, and just waiting for that whistle, but I guess that's it, folks. Margarita Villains 95, Daisy Pushers 149, unofficial score. And there we go. Alrighty, folks, just getting ready for MVPs. We are just waiting for confirmation, but it looks like the teams are going to be picking their own MVPs today. The all-important trophy for the finale. Not the Calamity Cup, that's very important, but I don't know if you can see just under the official score, there is a hideous trophy. I can say this because I made it.
Is that just a butt on top of that blocker trophy?
It is indeed just a metal butt.
Beautiful. Butts are important as a blocker.
They are. Butts are the most important. Well, no. Well, you know. All right, eagerly awaiting the captains of both teams to announce the MVP prizes.
I don't think we talked about this year's Learn to Derby, which starts in September. If you would like to learn to derby, speak to one of those players out there and ask them to tell you more. We would love to talk to you about roller derby.
Oh, it looks like Bugsy is ready with a mic down on the floor. Over to
Okay,
you,
we're
Bugs.
going to announce the MVPs. Shall we do the jammers first? MVP jammer for the Margarita Villains, Creeper. MVP jammer for the Daisy Pushers, Goose. MVP blocker for the Margarita Villains, the Wife of Wrath. MVP blocker for the Daisy Pushers, Flawless. Team Spirit for the Margarita Villains, Fury S. Fowl. Team Spirit for the Daisy Pushers, Ducky.
Thank you so much, fans and everyone else, for a wonderful 2024 season. Please join us for 2025 and Archie Browning.